What's up, Sunny or Fish? I'm doing alright. Just gotta finish this section. Want to at least finish this section before I move, and then I'll do the next part of the section. I guess you could say that final piece. That's this wall right here. Will be probably finish that whenever or even start it. I guess you could even say whenever I move. I'm on 9. I have 5 layers. No, I think 6 layers actually. 6 layers left, I think. Just gotta finish this section, then it'll be a little bit better whenever I get to that point. What's up, pie guy? What's up, Upper Nix? What's up, Todd? The world is... The world itself is 5.5 years, but the project is like 4.5 years. I've actually had this world for a long time before I even started this project. Which I would say that's probably one of my biggest regrets, not starting a new world for this project. It's kind of annoying, actually. It kind of rubs me the wrong way. Is just the fact that I had this world before. The start of this project has been super messy. There's something about it that I just can't put my finger on it. It's just... I wish I would have, you know, taken the project a little bit more serious when I first started this. To be honest with you. What's up, Mass? Or Moss? I'm gonna be destroying the nether in the end. I could also... Something interesting I could do, I could create the world's largest base as well if I wanted to. Like, literally, I have the capacity to do that. Which would be really weird because that's literally the entire world, so... To be honest with you, I don't know. I could do that. Technically. It's an option. I just don't really want to do it, honestly. Well, the reason why I'm playing on the older version, the console edition, is because it would make the project impossible on other versions. Because no other version has limited sized worlds. Or pseudo limited. Because, you know, technically Minecraft World isn't limited. I mean, is limited, but it's practically unlimited from a, you know, single person standpoint. Uh, but I mean, who would actually fully explore a 60 million by 60 million block area? That'd be ridiculous. But this project would be practically impossible on on the other versions of the game. What's up, Duncan? What's up, Chibi? I mean, you can convert it to Bedrock. It works. It actually works fairly well. It's just that the world is it's literally impossible to do that project on Bedrock in Java. At least realistically it is. I think it's theoretically possible to destroy an entire Minecraft world in a lifetime. With maybe like 1,000 people or whatever. If you had 1,000 people constantly on the world using world leaders, I think it's technically possible, but that's you have to have literally 1,000 people on the world at a time, which I don't even think our technology can even support. Well, I mean, it can support 1,000 people. I just don't know if it can support 1,000 people trying to blow up a world. I don't know about that. I don't think the game is capable enough to do that, but I could be totally wrong on that. Or I don't think there's a server capable enough to even handle that, to be honest. If there is, then it probably costs a ton. I couldn't even imagine. It is an interesting thought experiment, though, to be honest with you. I just don't know how feasible it is. I mean, look at Pippin's project, his Build the World project. His project is so big that he's literally preying on the fact that storage systems and like just servers in general get so much more efficient than they are now because it won't the at least yeah, storage and just server speed efficiency increases because at least for the current technology, I don't think any server can handle that project. He's literally banking on the next like 2 decades for technology to advance to support the project, which is kind of insane actually. At least from a price standpoint. I think we have enough server storage to support projects like that, but it's so expensive that I don't even know if it's worth it. At least for right now. Which I think is kind of insane to think about. 2 decades of that project. I mean, I think it's totally doable, but I don't know. It depends on if the project can even keep people's interest, to be honest. Up, Rafi? I don't really know what I'll do, honestly. Depending on how big the channel gets, I may continue it to do something else. Because there's probably something more interesting in Minecraft as well that I could find. Or, there's probably something else interesting, I guess you could say, in this game. Movie's going alright. My biggest problem is, I'm not really getting, job-wise, like, IT support job. Yeah, that's not really going that well. I haven't even gotten an interview yet, so, that's great. So I'm thinking of other plans. I'm either gonna just continue working on IT stuff, or I'm gonna just say screw it and just get a dead-end job and then just try to get a programming job or something like that later on. Or something. Because, you know, for some reason, entry-level IT jobs are drying up, apparently. Or they're being very stubborn about who they're letting in. They're like, yeah, let's have an entry-level job, require 3 to 5 years of experience, or some um, super high certificate that for some reason, even though it's not even an entry-level certificate, it's like a mid-tier certificate. I mean, well, one of them responded, I know for sure. I don't know about the other ones. They haven't, I don't think the other ones have responded yet. So I basically have two options. I either continue trying to get an IT support job. Yeah, either continue doing an IT support job or I get a dead-end job. That's basically my two options. I either get a IT support job and continue down doing the going down the IT path, like general IT, or I get a dead-end job and do programming and work on like development, like software development. I mean, I haven't done too many. The problem is there aren't as many applications that I thought there was, to be honest with you, or as many job opportunities in the area, which is kind of a problem, to be honest. I'm still looking though, so it's not like it's the worst thing. I'm gonna keep throwing out applications, but I'm not too sure yet. I mean, I still have like 2 weeks until I move, so. The world does look pretty cool, in this world for some reason. It's so odd, but there's something about it. I mean, I'm just looking on job sites. I don't really know what else you could actually look on. There's probably some other connection that I'm missing, to get a job. My biggest concern is if I'm actually like, if my resume is actually ready for a job. I think it is, but I'm not actually still not certain though. Like, give me a second to look up something. Also, just some advice for jobs. I recommend keeping one job as long as you possibly can. I don't recommend ever taking gaps. I don't know why people suggest taking gap years. It's ridiculous. I highly don't recommend taking gap years ever. If you have a job, commit to just always having a job no matter what. The people who suggest taking a gap year, say for example, the people who say taking a gap year before college, if that's what they mean, um, like take going on a trip or something like that, don't do it. Don't don't take a year off of anything unless it's like something like higher education or something like that, but I don't recommend. You're gonna you might, I'm not saying you will screw yourself over, depending on what career you go into, but yeah, don't do it. I did it, and I'm not saying I've screwed myself over, but holy Christ, it makes it way more difficult, let me tell you. At least it seems like it. Either that or I just my resume just isn't that good in general. Like even if you account for the gap year that I had. I mean, don't get me wrong, part of it, a good amount of it was COVID, but still, even if you don't account for that, give me a sec. Yeah, exactly. You'll actually show the employer um that you're dedicated to the job. Why did it give me field service technician 2? I have no idea why they... I mean, I devoted to the job that I had recently. I just left it actually, because I'll be moving, obviously, but um, for a year and a half. But I don't think that's good enough, to be honest with you. I'm trying to figure out something real fast. I need to figure out how to get my yeah, the dishwashing job. Problem is, there's a gap um between one of the jobs that I had. Between that job and the last job, there was a huge gap. There's one right here. This looks like a scam, but it's like It may not be. I don't know if I should take my chances. I may just take it. I mean, okay, well, I mean, it's not really, I don't think it actually is one, but it just looks like one. But the thing is, it's also a help desk. It's not like a marketing job. For some reason, marketing jobs, um, they're like the forefront of scams. Okay, I just applied to another one. I think. I hope it's, uh, actually a okay job. Hmm. Because I don't like these, some of these jobs. I don't, what I mean by that is, thing is, it's hard to find the location for some of these. What's up, Irishus? Ooh, there's another one. Okay, no. Why does it say... God, dude. This one may work. Good luck, Rishus. No, that's in Austin. Oh my god, I swear to god, these inaccurate... My biggest complaint I have right now is this inaccuracy in location of applying to jobs. Okay, I'm gonna go back to this for now. I'll keep applying because I'm pretty sure there'll be new ones popping up constantly, but my biggest complaint right now is the lack of location accuracy with these jobs. It like shows a place, but it's not actually that place. It's like near it. It's like 20, 30 minutes away. Which, at the same time, I don't entirely mind working 30 minutes away, but it's like, I don't know, honestly. I think I'm actually better off getting a dead-end job than working 30, 40 minutes away for... If I could even get a job like that, 30, 40 minutes away. I might just put something in for those jobs. I didn't see any address listed. Or, well, it would show, like, the city, like, the job listing itself would show the city. But when I go to the actual application, it shows a different city. It's really annoying. What's up, Randall? Okay, I'll definitely consider it. 30 minutes away or whatever. I know I'm probably being a bit too picky. Also, I'm being slightly picky because that was almost the entire point of me moving, was to have a job that was pretty close, but I mean, I guess I'm just being too picky, honestly. Or I might be being too picky. Okay, it's like I'll get water after this. After this pickaxe, it's about to go anyway. Yeah, I'm talking about, oh god, we're talking about job commutes. Cause it's like 30, 40 minutes, like it's really, oh god, dude, I don't know. It's like 20 minutes away is okay, but when you start getting into the 30, 40, which I know that's like still not that bad. I think I'm just gonna apply to them. I don't know, it just seems slightly counterintuitive to my plan. Okay, so a dead-end job, I count a dead-end job as that this is what I know of. It's basically a job where there's no actual career growth. Um, but there's only just pure man. Say for example, if you're working at like a fast food restaurant or something like that, that there only is like being a server, or it's like a service, like doing a service, and then there's management. It's not like there's tiers. Like for example, the help desk. Like the help desk roles are a perfect opportunity. So like there's a help desk tier 1, there's a help desk tier 2, tier 3, and then there's like systems administrator. There's like actual career paths set up that you can go down. Or you can even go into network admin, or and then after that go into network engineering, or say even programming. There's like junior developer, there's just a developer, like a mid-level developer, then there's a senior level developer, then there's, you know, stuff like that. There's like tiers, there's like actual ways to rank up within that career. It's not just pure just a service and management. That's what I count as a dead-end job. It's just there's no actual growth, hence why it's dead, because the only proof of life is growth. So, and if it's not growing, that's dead. So. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some advantages to having a long commute. You can actually like listen to say audiobooks during the 30 minutes. But it seems kind of counterintuitive for me to go to a city with opportunities of me moving to a city with opportunities when I have to go to a city that I probably could have went like a whole year before or whatever, or like maybe not even a year, like 6 months before. Like I know that's being a little picky, like actually it's very picky, but it seems oddly counterintuitive to the entire plan of me moving in the first place, if you know what I mean. My God, this is gonna be a pain, isn't it? Whoa, teleporting much? My God. This is gonna be an absolute pain to get rid of this lava with the lag, because you know for some reason this section's lagging horribly. It's actually not as bad as I thought it was gonna be, to be honest. It's certain area, it's like certain weight positions that I go into or whatever. Oh, wait, you live near Austin as well? Or at least fairly near there? Oh God. This area right here, where the lag is the worst. If you see me pause randomly, it's not always... Oh wait, water. It's not just because of, taking breaks. Could also be me lagging horribly. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, maybe I'll just apply to some. Screw it, honestly. I don't really mind it. I think the long commute will actually benefit me more than um, actually the shorter commutes, to be honest with you. God dang it. I don't know if I grabbed that or not. I don't think I did, but maybe I have to change my mindset a little bit. I've always been picky, so I knew that mindset would kind of not screw me over, but I knew it would like I've been trying to be less picky. It's so hard though, because I feel like a machine just going through applications over and over again. More than anything. Like I know it's like the normal process in air quotes of getting a job, but my God. I'm way less picky than I used to be honest, thank God. But it still isn't good enough, I don't think. It's a specific field. It's information technology. It's entry-level information technology. It's like IT support, computer technician, computer repair possibly, stuff like that. And I haven't been able to get an interview to the jobs that I've applied to. So there's either two options, or there's two things that are holding me back. It's either my resume, like my skills, which I mean, that's actually a pretty big possibility, or it's just because people just are being stubborn and I have to just to apply to enough people. Come on, I even applied to an apprenticeship, a freaking computer apprenticeship, and I still haven't uh been written back at all. Not even a response. Which I will have to look at the application status to see where they're at, but a apprenticeship. I've never even seen a computer apprenticeship till recently. Okay, so it's three jobs. It's my three most recent jobs. And then in the skills, it's basically just like general IT, like networking, cabling, hardware, Windows commands, and then my CompTIA A plus. That's just about it. That's really it, honestly. I probably should update my LinkedIn actually. I have a LinkedIn account, but okay, that's actually not a bad idea. I may actually do that with Spectrum, uh, at the place that I'm at, because I did apply to Spectrum, and I did apply to Spectrum, and I might just go up to them. I mean, it's not that much for the application. It's kind of just like name, residency, like the name, where you reside, zip code, stuff like that. Just identification of where you're at and like who you are. And then it just shows like level of experience or whatever. And then boom, there you go. That's pretty much an entire application. There aren't usually references that much, so I mean, so I'm thinking I just don't know if my resume is good enough. Either my resume's not good enough or they're just really stubborn. I don't know which one, honestly. I might just talk to Spectrum specifically. Like, actually just straight up talk to them about applications. Or about, like, the job opportunity. Give me a sec, wait. I'm not gonna talk to them right now. I'm just gonna look at where they're at, because I have an idea, actually. I may actually consider this. Because I think they're my best bet. But But here's the other problem. I've actually gone up to places. Okay, say for example HEB. I've gone up to places to ask for like applications and stuff like that. They usually 99% of the response is just apply online. Literally, it's like all the time. So you just apply online, apply online. there's an application online. Just go to this insert uh address, web address, whatever it is, whatever the store is, and then it's like, all right. No, I remember that. It's just more like, oh yeah, you don't have to write a cover letter here. I don't know how important cover letters actually are, though. I've never heard of them really being that important, to be honest with you. Or they are important, or it's just the fact that when people apply, they just don't, uh, just the companies that the people are applying to don't actually care that much about cover letters, but I could be totally wrong on that. Uh, I don't really know. I do remember that, though. It's like treating people, like, with empathy, instead of just treating them like robots. Even though, to be fair, success, um, defining someone's success is kind of hard to do, though, so, I mean, that's kind of up to interpretation, so, I mean... Can you really do that? That's pretty cool, actually. I may actually consider that, writing a cover letter. Give me a second, wait. I'm gonna write some notes real fast. Okay, so I'm gonna look up how to do format. Okay, let's do format. Format of a cover letter. I don't know how the format is. If you wouldn't mind giving some advice on a format, and then oh. Okay, heart attack is over. All right, what were we talking about? Oh yeah. Okay, format. So it's the cover letter. It's the format of the cover letter. Then there's about, what did you say? How experience would be useful. Actually, I don't have any experience that's, like, I don't have any, here's the problem. How do you get experience without actually, like, getting experience? Like, that's my issue right now. Is like, I mean, yeah, I have these certificates, but they're not actual, like, experience. That's my issue. Like, how do I actually get the experience? That's why I'm considering programming um more than IT support is because it's so easy to get experience because you're literally just building applications on your own. It's not like you're not like building it. Well, I mean, building a PC would technically be something I could do, but it's like I don't really know what to do should I just like sugarcoat my experience? Because I mean, like, I can't really truly define like what I've done, if you know what I mean, to be honest. Like, I mean, yes, I've done like general cabling and networking, but like, I don't know specifically what I've done. Like, I mean, yes, I've messed with routers and switches, but that's really all I've done. I have that's it though. Like, I don't know. Like, there's the CCNA, but I don't know. It's just like a mid-level networking certificate. I wouldn't say I don't know about lying. I don't know if lying is a good way of saying it. It's more like you're just being vague, I guess a better way of saying it. Like being vague in the experiences that I have. But the problem is I just don't know how to really get experience. Like, I mean, yeah, I could do like virtual machines, but how much value does that actually provide? Do I just have to pick a company and then just find skills to do with that specific company and then just do the skills that the company needs? Because it's like, I don't really know. I will definitely start writing cover letters though. Maybe I should be more specific with like, I think I need to be more specific with the companies. It's just the only reason I've always been unspecific is purely because I just don't have any skills specific. Like, I don't know how to build those skills to be specific with the company. Because the problem is with tech support specifically is that you can't really have specific experiences because a lot of that stuff is very specific to the company, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't really know. God dang you. Why would you do this? Why? Oh, Jesus. But how do I get into that position of, do I just, like, say for example, if I go to Spectrum, like if I went to Spectrum in the place that I was going to, then, but a willing attitude, everybody can say they have a willing attitude. That's the big issue, is that soft skills are kind of hard to prove. I mean, the only thing I could think about doing is going to Spectrum and literally asking if I could shadow somebody. Is that something I could do? Is that actually a possibility? Because that's something I may actually consider, like as an actual option. But how do you show the attitude though? Like, do I just have to straight up just go up to the company and just ask the to learn, like shadow someone or something? Do I literally just have to go straight up to the company? Is that what you mean? Because I'm not too sure what you mean by showing the attitude. It's kind of hard to show an attitude if you don't have uh if you can't get into the position to show the attitude in the first place. That's my biggest issue right now. Like that's the hard thing of saying is like how do I get into that position? Because I mean I could learn more certs, but apparently from what I'm hearing, the certificates don't matter that much. Even if I got like a CCNA, I still don't think it would matter that much. I mean, except for like I guess networking technician jobs or something like that. I guess I could just go out there. I mean, I'll just go with my friend, the person I'm moving with. He has an interview for a dishwashing job. No, no, I see what you mean though. It's basically literally just going straight up front, asking to learn more from the company, because you're actually building the interest. You're having the interest in them. You're showing your interest in them directly. Um, I mean, to be fair, it is one of the laws of power by Robert Greene, so makes sense considering it. Yeah, maybe I should stop trusting the other opinions of other people when it comes to job applications, especially when it comes to this field. Because I've heard two different like things. I've heard of the shotgun approach, which is like applying to a bunch, and then eventually after like enough applications, somebody will eventually, or it's the very focused approach, which in this case I think I need to take the focused approach as picky as it is. It needs to probably happen to be honest when it comes to a field like this. Oh, I'll definitely look at it though. I'll look into it for sure. Yeah, honestly, it's like you're just making yourself present. You're showing up, you're not just like hiding in the background or whatever. I'll definitely ask, see if I can shadow somebody like a field technician or whatever. Like straight up asking what roles like asking, hey, so I heard that there's a role opened up for a support technician or like a field field support technician or whatever at this company. I was wondering if I could either talk to them or shadow or like meet up with them or whatever, something like that. Pretty much almost word for word like that, I would guess. Something along the lines of that. You're basically just straight up asking them if you can help with shadowing or like apprenticing. You're like making yourself an apprentice. Gusto? What do you mean by gusto? I mean, this isn't like the military. I mean, I could just talk. I mean, you could just talk normally. I mean, I don't think it matters that much. I could just explain, like, my interest in the company and the field. I have not, but I know it doesn't really, I don't think it matters. I mean, it probably does matter a little bit, but I'm not too sure, honestly. What does intonation mean, by the way? What do you mean by intonation? Does it have to do with, like, being monotone? Because just by that alone, I don't really know, though. Don't forget, my mic is also going to make me sound different, too, so... The way I talk to you guys is going to be different than... I've also heard my... Actually, no, I have heard myself talk when I'm editing. But also, those were garbage videos, too, so... I mean, that wasn't a great reference, to be honest. Oh, you're talking, like, just being, like, more open with your voice? I kind of understand what you're getting at with that, but there's also a point where... No, I think I understand what you mean. Basically just being more open with the way you speak, instead of being, like, super dead or super monotone. In my case, I usually just speak louder. For some reason, speaking louder, I think it's just because it, like, diverts my attention off of just speaking alone, but the volume I've noticed, I speak differently when I'm talking louder, like right now. Compared to this, like, I can just be talking like this really fast, but it won't really matter that much because it's pretty monotone. But if I switch it up just a little bit, then, it will make a huge difference in the way I speak. Basically pausing. I'd say pausing is one of the best ways to actually change tone of voice for some reason. I don't know what it is about it, but it works pretty well. What's up, mummy? Bear? I don't know why I just took that off. God dang it, man. You know, it takes so much for me to even speak like this. It's actually not that bad anymore because of streaming. Streaming's actually helped me a lot with my voice tone, to be honest with you. I can't deny how much streaming has helped with my voice tone in general. Like, I definitely can't deny it at all, how much it's helped. Just in general. Yeah. I'll just speak to each company individually. It's not like they're gonna remember me and put an application to my face anyway. Going up to somebody will differentiate myself from the other people that are applying to the job in the first place. So, but I also have to have some kind of confidence in what I'm talking about, to be honest with you. It's not like I can't just talk about almost anything, to be honest. Which, to be fair, I think that's almost everybody, to be honest. I mean, this is where like public speaking, probably where public speakers actually get pretty good when it comes to speaking is because they actually know what they're talking about, to be honest. Um, I think this is why a lot of people can do sales roles too. I don't think anybody can do them right off the bat, but if they actually know what they're actually like talking about and stuff like that, which is actually one of the reasons why I considered sales, because I'm actually decent when it comes to actually talking to people, and I would probably get quite a bit better at it. I may not actually be that good at it, like initially, but I think I could get actually pretty good at it. Um, with like doing a sales role or whatever. But that's later on. I don't really know when I'll actually do that. If I even considering it, but at the moment I'm not too sure yet. Like a tech sales role. Wow, this game really is slugging, isn't it? This game's gonna straight up crash, isn't it? I will admit though, I do like talking like this. Like I can't deny that I do enjoy talking like this. It's not um it's not that I don't like talking like this. It's more like it just takes a good conscious mind for me to talk like this. It's actually really annoying. I can't deny that. It's pretty annoying talking like this, having to speak up like this constantly. It's can be pretty frustrating. If I don't like think about the fact that I'm talking loudly, it can get really annoying. Because it's like I have to speak up and then I'm like, oh yeah, no, and then I talk softly and then I have to speak up again and then keep doing it over and over and over again. It's so frustrating. You would think, though, for somebody who's so motivated to do things, you would think they would have, it would be pretty easy for for me to talk like this. But the problem is, whenever I'm motivated about something, I usually just talk really fast. It's like I have to like switch gears. It's kind of annoying because I have to like, my motivated voice is actually not like what people would think of as a motivation, like a motivated voice. It's kind of annoying, to be honest, but it's like, even if I'm motivated towards something, it's hard for me to really formulate the what I'm motivated about and like the way I do it as well. Not even like how I present it, but like just the way it's presented at the same time. What's up, Demon Ritos? But honestly, it really isn't that bad. I think my biggest thing about me talking loudly, though, is the fear of talking too loud. Because it feels like I'm yelling, but I don't think I actually am. I think I'm actually talking in a pretty reasonable voice. Even though my mic volume thing says differently. My mic volume says differently. I think it's just because I turned down the volume uh, by like 5 decibels or whatever. Yeah, I have the complete opposite problem. Well, my biggest issue is the fact that my voice is just really soft in general. That's my biggest issue right now, is that overcompensation I have to do with my voice. That's my biggest issue. That single-handedly is the reason why I don't speak that much. That is probably, I think my voice being quiet is like almost single-handedly is one of the reasons why I don't speak that much. Like, almost single-handedly. The deliberateness, literally the deliberateness, my own deliberateness is not only just because of a psychological reason, but because of that, because of my low voice. That's like literally, it's probably the biggest reason, besides my own psychology, is for my deliberateness and my like lack of talk. And my lack of practice as well. So it's like a weird butterfly effect. Snowball effect, I think it's a better way of saying it. Which is really annoying. Yeah, talk about your nature and nurture shaping you. I mean, that literally is the thing that shapes you entirely, so. And it's just trying to figure out what has shaped you and what is shaping you to change that fact. If I had a louder voice, I would probably actually be way more motivated to be a little bit more out there, I guess you could say. If I had a louder voice, that is. What's a guttural scream? I don't know if it's energy. I think it's purely just the lack of... I mean, yeah, it's still motivation, but it's like... I don't know how to explain it. It's just the problem is I usually just don't have a reason to talk loud most of the time. But when I can't figure out when to talk loud and when to talk like I guess at a lower volume, like my normal voice. My biggest issue is just the fact that I can't speak in the voice that I actually have. It's really frustrating. I would rather be too loud than being too soft. Seriously. Being too loud is way better than being too soft. From what my own experience, from what I have seen from people and them talking and stuff like volume levels, talking loud is way better than talking soft. I've seen no benefit to talking soft unless you're like some kind of, I don't know, like, what is it called? I guess unless you're talking to somebody at like nighttime or something like that, like you had to be quiet, but how many times do you really have to be quiet? Let's be honest. Not many. Actually, most people favor loud voices. more than anything. It's so frustrating. It's like one of the biggest hang-ups that I have practically no control over. I won't say no control, but I have mostly no control, at least naturally, which is really frustrating. Like, I'm kind of glad I'm kind of glad I've been doing the streaming, though. The streaming has helped a lot with it, honestly. I don't think singing's gonna help me in this situation. There's probably a deeper rooted problem than just finding a way to sing to make my voice higher. There's probably some other problem that I'm missing. Probably. I think my problem is just the fact that they're, like, at this point, it sounds so weird, but I feel like the further I'm getting into, like, my other parts of my mind, like, psychologically, the less I'm into my own, uh, like, future in a way. So, like, that motivation just, I'll be completely honest with you, besides this project, actually, even this project, I would say, I really don't have much motivation for almost anything. I have to almost force motivation, which is actually kind of annoying for somebody who usually is all about motivation. It's really annoying. Like a lot of people, they could just take the hits, it doesn't matter. But for somebody that constantly has been about pure motivation, it's really annoying. I mean, literally take this project for example. This project was literally built on motivation, as continued for motivation. It's so hard though when you don't really have much motivation. There's just no, well, and the biggest reason for the lack of motivation is the lack of interest. I honestly really have not been interested in anything in the past like whole year, to be kind of honest with you. It's really annoying. Oh god, dude. Me being tired also doesn't help that either, but I don't know about being lost. I wouldn't say I'm lost though. I really wouldn't say that. I would just say I'm more, well, I mean, I guess technically I'm lost in a sense of like interest. 'Cause I'm in so many crossroads right now in terms of just doing anything. Like I'm in like a bind right now mentally because I have no idea what to do. To be honest, it's I feel like I'm hitting like a wall in a way, figuratively, when it comes to interest. Because I have like this idea for like career paths. I have many ideas, but I just don't have the interest in the actual career path itself. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really know how to explain it. That's the thing, though. Literally the only reason, I'm even picking tech, it's the only thing I even have an ounce of interest in, like at all. Even the tiniest bit of interest. Even then, I'm still not that interested in technology. I'm really not. I really just don't have that much interest in technology. It's still not that appealing. I'm only picking it because of just the job opportunities, and it's something I can actually get pretty good at. I mean, don't get me wrong, like I have some interest, like a tiny bit, but it's just not enough to push through the career. But at the same time, I might as well. I think I'm just gonna have to take the hits from a motivation standpoint and just pick something useful. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. Just pick something useful to do. Either that, but how do I go out and find to do things if I can't actually get the experience to do the thing? Do I literally, that's why I mentioned earlier about the shadowing thing. About like, I think the only choice I really have when it comes to IT support is just as an example career path is the shadow. And it's hard to even like continue doing a path. Um, but you have another. Here's my thing with the crossroads. The reason why it's hard for me really to start anything is purely the fact that there's so many options that I have that I can go down. Like, here's an example. Like, say, take this project. This project is one of its kind. It's the only thing in its field, it's the only niche that I had an interest in. There was no conflicting interests. That's my biggest issue, is the conflicting interest in the idea of doing something. That's literally it. But even then, there still isn't much interest, though. So it's like, it's hard for me to pick a path as well. But that's my issue, though, is the fact that, this is literally the whole reason why I consider doing web development, is that my experience, that's my biggest issue, is like where and how do I get that experience, especially with hardware. How do I show that experience? Like, how could I go out of my way to show the experience? Is shadowing the only option I have? Because I don't mind doing it. Is there any other options? I'm trying to account for all options, but the only thing I can think about is shadowing for experience. Like, I can say that I've messed with routers. I can say I've messed with TVs. I could say I've messed with HDMI cabling. I could say I've messed with Windows 10, Windows 11, some Windows 8, a little bit of Windows 7. I could say I've messed with just general hardware, but that's still not good enough. I could say I got an A+, but the A+ doesn't really do much. Because it just shows a little bit of knowledge over it, but even then that still isn't good enough. Like, what could I possibly do for experience that's actually applicable for a resume? This is the biggest issue with entry-level IT jobs. It's the experience without experience dilemma. I mean, I could probably make my LinkedIn profile, not makeup, or yeah, or just make a LinkedIn profile and just ask somebody from a tech company in that area to shadow. That's another thing I could probably do. That's my issue though. There's so many crossroads. I'm at this weird career crossroad. There's so many branches of tech. There's it's hard to really say I have an interest in one thing or even anything actually. It's like I have an interest in everything and nothing simultaneously. That's pretty much my dilemma. It's everything or nothing. So this is why I'm thinking that I might just have to bite the bullet and just find an interest in an area of IT. Like no matter what it is, no matter what options I'm limiting. Like if I'm limiting an option, then whatever, it doesn't matter at that point. Basically a jack of all trades, but it's like a secretly jack of all trades, but actually specializing at the same time. Yeah, that's it's like I think I'm just gonna have to pick something and then just go for it, because I know I can pretty much do anything if I put my mind to it, and I can pretty much want almost anything. I think I'm just gonna have to, like, suck up the fact that the path I take doesn't matter. I think that's the biggest issue. Or one of the biggest issues. It's the fact that the path that I take doesn't matter that much. Because it's like, here's the thing. I've noticed something. I have the propensity to almost like anything or almost do anything to a point. Like, it really doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's something useful. But my biggest issue is, like, what path? Because that's why I'm trying to get to this point where I'm like, maybe I should just do any path at this point. What the heck? That's actually insane. I think I just need to get to that realization of like picking a path and sacrificing other paths. My biggest problem is afraid of sacrificing other crossroads. I guess other roads. Like I need to like get in my mind to roadblock. I need to get a roadblock in other roads. Like I need to stop. I need to eliminate the crossroads and just block them off from my mind mentally, at least. Or I could also just keep all the crossroads and just pick something and then just learn everything. Like, become this ultimate jack of all trades, basically, as well. I could also do that as well. So it's either one or all. It's like, I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to get to the point mentally where I'm like, okay, it's one path or it's all the paths at once. Basically learn everything or just one thing. Like, completely specialize or completely generalize from that standpoint. Yeah, basically. That's basically it. I'm worried, I'm paranoid about my path, not really the path that I'm taking, it's more like the path that I'm sacrificing, I guess you could say. That's probably the best way to explain it. It's path the path that I'm sacrificing. Path in terms of, would I want to do this instead? Like, what really would benefit me in the long run? Like, what path would really give me that fulfillment? But that's the issue though, is I'm trying to, well, maybe not issue. It's kind of an issue. It's like I'm trying to get to that point where I have to understand that that path is still going to be open regardless of like whatever, honestly. Like, I can take a path but I can always go to another one. That's what I'm trying to get to the point in my mind. But it's just that initial like hurdle of sacrificing one path for another path. Because every decision you make, you're sacrificing another decision. So I'm just trying to figure out what a path I want to take. Which, I mean, I know I'm probably overthinking the path that I want to take, but yeah, that's my issue right now. But I'm starting to try to get over it mentally. Yeah, I'll probably write them down. I've been thinking about the pros and cons, but I think it'd be better for me to write them down, honestly. I think it would be better. Just to keep my head straight, honestly. Because it's like, I've been thinking about the pros and cons for a while now. The pros and cons of... Like, these are pretty much the three career paths right here, you ready? It's tech support. Actually, no, technically four. But the fourth one's like a last resort. It's three career paths. It's general information technology, so this is just like tech support, networking, data center. This is like the hardware aspect of it, I guess you could say. Then there's a second one, which is like web development, which is like the software side, or just software development in general. Then there's the tech sales. That's the third path that I considered going down. And then the fourth path, which is the trade skills, but that's like last resort. That's like if I have nothing left or the world is going down or the world is turned to turmoil. That's literally, the fourth path is literally like the world is ending type of thing. But, you know, that's literally like last resort stuff. That's like absolutely, like if I have nothing left at that point, which I know I probably won't have nothing left, but yeah, I'll probably just write down the pros and cons on all four of them. Yeah, it is impossible to remember all of them. Or, it's impossible to completely understand the pros and cons of all. At least entirely, it's impossible. I think another reason is like job security, but I think I'm also kind of, I mean, it might be also partially me rushing it, but it's like, I don't know. It's like a partial mint of like me rushing it combined with me. It's like a combination of me rushing combined with a bit of fear of like security fear combined with like that paranoia. But I think I think I'm starting to get over the paranoia. Um, like future, like far future paranoia. That future, the crossroad thing I was talking about. Then there's the fear, which is like the job security, the actually getting a job type of thing before I move or whatever. Because not having a job at that point would really kill my security in myself, honestly, more than anything. And then there's the mainly those two things, to be honest. I don't really plan on doing drugs, to be honest. I already have enough to worry about. I already have enough to think about, to be honest. I'm trying to avoid any other distractions or any other things. Like, I'm even considering just taking a break from this project after this section's done. Like, literally, straight up. Just to sort everything else out. Which, at the same time, I don't know if that's a good idea either. Because I don't know if hard focusing on that one thing will also be good either. But I could be totally wrong on that one. I don't know. I mean, I know it's like I'm mentally, like, spiraling. I haven't mentally spiraled in a while, but it's starting to catch up to me. It's starting to catch up to me, to be honest. Yeah. Need to just start. I just need to start it, to be honest. I just need to start a path. I'm starting to think of all the pros and cons again. Actually, I'm gonna write them down very slowly. Alright, I'm gonna do tech support first. I'll do it. I'll think of one and I'll write it down. I'll just do it while I stream. Do tech support first. And then I'll put them side by side or whatever. Okay, wait, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so let's see. Let's do pros. Pros first. Okay. What's the first pro? People. Working with people. Now this could technically be a con, but could be, but it's actually beneficial to work with people so you actually have the experience to do other jobs. Um, it's useful for resumes, but just in general, like job security, like helps with that area. Um, many diverse fields like cybersecurity, networking, stuff like that. So there's plenty of things to do. In person. Actually, no, that could no, that's a con. There's no way that's a pro. Remote's way better for me personally. At least in comparison to not to in person. Remote is better than in person personally, but actually that one's hard to say. No, I'd say remote's probably better. Cons people, yes, pretty much. People's skills, but working with people. Let's just do, yeah, I'll do people skills. That's a better way of stating it. Okay, so diverse fields. It's hard to gain traction from just be purely because say for example um compared to programming where your salary and your level up, it's way faster. Like I guess you could say that job prospects they accelerate way faster in programming than they do in IT hardware. What else is there? Well, that's technically I'll put that in a con in a minute. Okay, so tech support. Diverse fields. Problem solving. Even though that technically is part of all of them, but because it's still tech. Problem solving, which could lead to some fulfillment. Not sure about that one though. Definitely not quoting on that one. But from my past experience from helping people with tech, it's led to fulfillment, not from a corporate standpoint though, from like a professional standpoint, but just from a pure handyman standpoint, I guess you could say. I think that's it for pros for tech support. There isn't a ton, but I mean, there's quite a bit. Oh yeah, hard to start. I'll do this. Actually, I do cons. Okay, cons. Okay, cons would be in person, because you'd have to travel, so like commute. Um, let's see. Hard to gain traction. Which kind of starts with the hard to gain traction because it's hard to start this career because of, people being stubborn with jobs. But Um, Learning skills on the job instead of learning them by yourself. It's hard to self-teach. I think that's it. People skills, diverse fields, problem solving. That's for pros for tech support. Then there's being in person compared to being remote. There's commuting, which means yeah, kind of similar thing to the in person. Hard to gain traction. It's hard to start a career like that. In being general IT or IT generalist. Hard to self-teach. It's just hard to gain those skills without actually going out of your way to shadow or something like that. Apparently, from what I've seen or what I am seeing in the industry. All right, next one. Um, okay, next one is uh software development. Okay, software development. Pros. Pros would be remote. Um, I would say easy to self-teach. Just because you can learn it on your own, and it's like you don't need any specialized training or anything like that. Unlike the tech support. High salary quickly, because I mean you do get high salary very quickly in this career path, like 80K in like a year or two, or like 2 or 3 years even, depending on how fast you can go. Um, Hard to master is hard to master this, just because there's so many tools similar to actually wait no, I'll just put that as I don't know why I'm putting that as a pro, but high salary, easy self-teaching, remote. It would be it's also very, I guess you could say convenient because because you can have it in it because it's on a laptop. Uh, Convenient. Um, Technical, I would say technical is a good one. Technical would be a nice one because it's pure technical skill. Technical skill, I guess you could say. Very good, goes well with the self-teaching. Problem solving. I think that's it for software development at least. What's up, Death Row, Bloxian? Alright, so, cons for, software development. Harder job, yeah, harder job requirements for sure. Like, I have no doubt on that one. Um, I could say constantly learning, but I don't know. Fast-moving industry isn't really that good of a pro, to be honest. Because, I mean, you'd have to be constantly keeping up. What else is there? It's another con. There really aren't that many cons, actually, to software development. Uh, I'd say the biggest one is hard job requirements or harder job requirements or just hard job requirements. Just because it's, yeah, it's just a lot of stuff to learn. Sedentary. Uh, sedentary. Just because you're sitting in a chair all day. I mean, not always the worst thing, but for the most part, it's pretty bad. You basically have to swap lifestyles. It's kind of weird. You have to be like super active just to make up for the sedentary lifestyle of the job. High value skill, for the pros. Okay, I think that's it for that. Alright, it's pro. Next one is tech sales. Pros. Pros would be high skill, not high skill. Actually low skill ceiling's technically a skill, because you don't have to, get insanely good just to be good at it. Low skill ceiling, or low skill barrier. I wouldn't say ceiling, it's a very high skill ceiling. Insane salary cap. Probably one of the best. Most valuable, I'd say most valuable skill. Out there. Valuable skill, people skills, most valuable skill, insane salary cap. Possibly remote. Cons. Stressful deadlines. Slash quota. Uh, Waiting. Schedule. Make your own schedule. Nice career growth. Hard to transfer. Transfer jobs. One company. That's it. What's up, McInnes? Okay, the reason why I don't use water is because I don't want to get rid of obsidian constantly. So glad I didn't have my so glad there wasn't lava. Also, I'm gonna be taking a break, after this section, which will literally be in like a minute. Actually, less than a minute.